welcome everyone. It is time for another Saturday Game Dev. And I'm your boy, Phoenix Metal. Alright, let me switch my scene. What's poppin'? Running a little late today. I'd be like that. The sleep was good, man. But you know, you gotta get up. You gotta get on that grind. And that's what we are. We got a pretty good amount to talk about, to recap today. Where'd my Trello go? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Bunch of crap on the Trello. So, I guess we can start with like what I've been doing since the last stream. I've been working on the dialogue system some more since the last time we streamed. I can't remember where we left off, but I know I was there was a couple more features that I wanted to add, so I added a bunch more to the dialogue system and open up the project. I'm gonna run it, show y'all what's going on in there. Ooh, that was a compile time. If I'm playing music, I'm gonna mute the game volume mixer. Project Draco. There we go. Alright, is the music too loud? Is the music too quiet? Y'all want the lo-fi a little louder? What's going on? I'm going to a new game and talk to this tree stump. So now objects slide up from the bottom, black bars slide in from the top and bottom, and we got a little arrow showing that the dialogue event is finished, and you can press a button to continue. There's also this was here last week, but there's also a sound that plays as the typewriter effect continues. I'll probably fiddle with making that sound something different. I just put that there temporarily because I knew I could do it, so I wanted to put a sound on it. Alright. So I don't know what you're talking about. Disappointing. And so I also added side switching so characters can like turn around. Now see, I thought about the issue. I have asymmetrical characters. And I thought about the issue of like flipping the character and stuff. I don't care. I realized I don't care. One of the inspirations for my dialogue system and like the way it is The World Ends With You. And they have some pretty asymmetrical character designs. A lot of them are like kind of symmetrical. Like you just don't notice, the details are small. But they just flip them haphazardly. They do not care about orientation of which side the character stuff is on. I don't think I will either. That is an extra hassle and a bunch of extra art assets I'd have to make. If it bothers somebody, be like that. So what are you working on next? And I'm just gonna hit dialogue portraits. Oh, nice. And Drake intros the natural emotion. Then Drake leaves. because now I can turn them around and make them move. The constant smile is just so creepy. So that's what I had been working on. It does it whenever you talk to somebody. Oh, and I can also start battles from dialogue events. Whoops, I paused the game on accident. You can't run from cutscene battles. So beat this guy real quick. Block that. And we win. And then the cutscene ends. So that's nice. This cutscene right here is broken. I'm not gonna worry about that for right now. I'll fix it later. It doesn't really matter. It was just a really bad tutorial. Bunch of text. Okay. So that's where the dialogue system is now. But I am in a situation. So recently, the current like directive or like the current objective, that's what I'm looking for, I have right now is to improve some of the game systems and get like some of the more core systems in the game, because I've kind of been like adding features to the game haphazardly in the previous years. And I think now is a good time to probably rework a bunch of things and try and get the game to like a more modular and like reasonable code base to work with. So that's why I'm doing like a bunch of reworks. So another thing is I've been working on dialogue portraits, and I drew some of those. So let me get those from my. Did I put them in my? I didn't. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab these off Discord real quick. Browser. And just drag this over to the end. All right. So, oh, also another thing. I put in Drake sit for a emote, and it's still being approved. I don't know why it's taking so long. Does Twitch normally take this long to approve emotes? Because, jeez. It's actually pretty crazy. I just want my mans to sit down. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I do have a full container of water. Nice. Sippy time. Okay. So, I worked on some dialogue portraits and a couple of motions for both of the both of the current main characters, Drake and Mia. Same emotions for each one. And I actually changed Drake's a little. I need to update the file. So I need to finish those up, and then I can get those in game. for testing. I am tempted to just get like the black and white ones in, just temporarily. That'll probably be a smart choice. Then I don't have to like commit to making them complete. Because for all I know, something might change. I might have to change something on them. So I did those. That was nice. And that was also on my to-do list. Now you might have noticed there's this snazzy little drawing of Drake and stuff. And hold on. I say a lot. I gotta do better. So I'm gonna go over to the Draco Jam design doc. And so we've been working on the dialogue system, and we have some inspiration from Shantae and Tui for like how that's gonna work. So recently I've been in like the Game Maker Discord and other Discords with friends and stuff like that. And I really wish I could enlarge this, but I'll just zoom in. It's the wrong button. Text is gonna be a little big, but there we go. Can I zoom in on a document level? Is that possible? Because I don't think... Let me check. Hold on. Let me check that real quick. In the toolbar. Oh, it's literally right there. I'm so blind. There we go. Now I don't have to zoom in on the console. Okay. Now, I was just showing around the dialogue system, and I got some feedback that the HD portraits and the pixel art kind of clash, in the sense that like the portrait is the only thing that's full HD in this scene. And like artistically, they don't meld like super well. Granted, this is a really old drawing, but I don't think the quality of the drawing is what is on what is being critiqued in that statement. The issue is that the text box is pixel art and the font is pixel art, but Drake here is just full HD. And I think there's like a design cohesiveness that I'm not really striking with this current version. So I was like, I should probably, if I'm gonna do HD portraits, I should match the UI to the fact that the portraits are HD. So I was kind of in like a debate where do I want to do HD dialogue portraits and then update the text box to be HD as well and hand drawn, rather than the current state of a pixel art box. Because if I hand draw it, then I shouldn't have to deal with this issue. Because when text box and portrait come up, it's going to be full HD for all of those UI elements. And then the background in the world itself can still be pixel art. But and then I could also like more strongly define the difference between the UI, the HD elements and the pixel art. So like, I was going through like the benefits of the idea. I can get a better font because I really don't like this placeholder font I've been using. It's a little unreadable sometimes, and I don't know. I'm just not like a super big fan of it. Some of the letters are kind of different sizes. It's a little weird. So then I went ahead and got some examples of games that pull off pixel art and HD assets overlaid for things like dialogue and general UI. So my first example was Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. So in Shantae the Pirate's Curse, that game is like, its game world is all pixel art, its characters are pixel art, blah blah blah. But they use HD character portraits on a knee up scale basically, and have their text boxes also be HD. Now, in Shantae's case, I really like, I've always liked the dialogue system of Shantae, mostly because I really like the art in Shantae. The Shantae series has some really good art, and being able to see like the full detail of the character design is what I wanted to go for. I wanted it to be like, because in pixel art you don't quite get to see everything, and I also feel like when you have dialogue and a lot of like RPGs or something like that, they tend to do this like head portrait, and that's all you really get. But I want to show like the full character, which is why I have like examples of like Tuli, where they show like a lot of the character's body to show you the full design, and then you can kind of like parse from your mind like more details in the pixel art than I could actually display with the pixels. So Shantae was a good example, but I personally am not fond of how bland the text box is. I think that's like my issue with this style, Shantae specifically, style of dialogue system. Because the text box looks a little like generic and placeholdery. It's not so bad that it's like offensive. It's not even bad, I would say. It's more like a preference thing. I would prefer more flair, but I'm pretty sure they're trying to just match the style of Shantae text boxes that they've had for whatever long time. Because there's been this is a franchise. There's been multiple established games already. So then I'm gonna go down to Celeste here. In Celeste, a lot of UI elements, some of the menus are either HD or in 3D. So, and they use a lot of squash and stretch that isn't necessarily beholden to the pixel art. It's more like code done through code, so it actually like squash and stretches the sprite itself. And in their dialogue system, they pull off HD elements, HD fonts, HD character portraits, HD frames, all of that inside of their dialogue system with pixel art in the background. And they do that by having it framed in a way that like all the HD elements stay in their lane, kind of, and it differentiates itself from the pixel art to where you don't really think about the clash. Like, I never really registered that they were doing this. It just was something I never really questioned. So I was having that debate, and then I was thinking about the other option of like just doing high pixel art character portraits. So this is a game called Dead Estate that I've been looking at recently, and this game has like really high quality character portraits, but like on a grander but they're made to be bigger. They have like the drop shadow, they have like thick outlines, and they really stand out. Now, I could keep my pixel art aesthetic and just do high fidelity pixel art like this. I could even like zoom out my overworld camera and commit to making, because currently my overworld camera is like what was it? Let me see. Let me check. I don't want to tell you a wrong value. Drake home. Room editor. Viewport 0. Yeah, it's 320 by 180, which is a multiple of wait, what? Why is the viewport 768? That's weird. But anyway, 320 180 is like a multiple of like full HD 1080p stuff like that. But anyway, so I really like this style because you manage to like keep all of the pixel art so that nothing ever clashes. But you also you aren't beholden to like the lack of detail that a lot of pixel art can put you in. You still just have the constraints of pixel art. I think this is called like what is it called? High bit, something like that. Because you got like 32-bit, 64-bit. High bit is kind of just like pixel art of any size that's like pretty big. So I like this style. And then Tui on DS did like pixel art and pixel aesthetic and everything. That was mostly because of hardware constraints. They had to do that on DS. They were dealing with like a not so large resolution, so pixel art was like the option. So then I went ahead and did some thoughts, some concepting. So I was like, what if I did like a graffiti aesthetic and I actually did lean into the full HD? And I could do like a speaker tail pointing at the character, and then I could remove the speaker name, which I'm still like wobbling back and forth on. And I guess that's what like all of this planning and stuff is for. Cause I'm not like 100% on like every choice I could make. I have like a vision, but I also feel like, see, this is what I've been struggling with recently. I have confidence in this idea, and I am growing like more confident in the fact that I can make it. My problem is can I make it right? And it's been making me like a little anxious, and like I feel like I've gotten into like this kind of planning hell situation where I feel like I need to plan a lot more than I used to. Now, there's nothing wrong with planning. The thing is just like, when you get to a state to where like planning is what you do by default so that you don't have to confront the fact that you need to make progress, that's kind of like what I've been fighting. So like there was like a while before I started back working on the dialogue system and like getting all these features added, to where I was like trying to do there's like a pretty big refactor I want to do of the back end of a lot of game systems. So I was doing one where there's a lot of data that's going to be in this game. A bunch of character stats, a bunch of character objects, a bunch of this, that, those, and these. And the way they're handled now is based on a tutorial that I watched in 2020 that's based on even older version of Game Maker. And a lot of the things in there are obsolete, basically. They work, but they're not best practice anymore. So I'm in like a technical debt situation. Let me make this pageless real quick. So I'm in like a technical debt situation. Pageless. And then turn off the... There we go. So I'm in like a technical debt situation where I have to redo certain systems. And while I'm doing that, I'm trying to figure out what I can do to make the system more sustainable long term. I'm a better programmer now. I know more. So I feel like I can do more. The reason that's paralyzing is because I end up in this situation where like I don't necessarily know how to just hop in and refactor and program all of this stuff to work. I know what I can do and probably what I should do and suggestions from people who are better at programming than me. But it's paralyzing when you're like going in, it's like, oh, I can work on the game. I have branches in my I have branches inside my source control. And I can hop onto a branch and I could do whatever. I could break the game entirely and still hop back to my main branch and everything works. But it's intimidating when you're like, you hop to the branch and it's like, okay, where do I start? So that's why I've been like kind of, that's how I even ended up with this giant design document that I have here. You can see on the side, like there's a ton of sections. And this is just where I keep like a bunch of notes to help me understand what I'm trying to do with certain systems and where I'm going with them. Even just if it's simple information that like everyone should know about a certain system, like a save system being save and loading. So I worked on a new concept, and this is what I would do if I was doing like a full HD like graphic design for the UI. So we have the speaker name removed. We have like this graffiti aesthetic. I have, this is the character portrait that I was working on. I just went ahead and dropped in some base colors that I pulled from the pixel art of him, so that I wouldn't have to color pick or anything. And then I took a screenshot of the game. I turned the dialogue system to invisible, and then I went ahead and took a screenshot and I drew this over it. So I have like a couple screenshots that I'm gonna concept over. But if I do the dialogue system like this, and this is what like I've been trying to get like feedback on and an understanding and wrap my head around, is like, I don't know. I feel like the consensus that I've been getting, about clashing HD elements with pixel art is, I think people majority are either like, no one really likes it. People are either indifferent or they dislike it. Like, as in, there are two different aesthetics and they feel like they clash. But I think, like, if you can differentiate the elements well enough, you can make it work. Because, for example, it's like saying that 2D elements. Well, actually, no, I don't think that's not quite that similar. I was gonna say like 2D elements and 3D elements combined, but that's been done like a million times. Usually, when a game is pixel art, no one steps out of the pixel art aesthetic. Everyone just stays in pixel art. UI is pixel art. Text is pixel art. Fonts. Character portraits are pixel art. Yada yada yada. I couldn't even really like Google examples of this. You just kind of have to know examples of what's pixel art with HD UI. So if you have any more, you can tell me in chat. Let me know. But so this was like the concept that I had. Full HD character fonts. I'll find a new font. Some new HD font. I'm not like a font person, so I don't know like a good one off the top of my head. I'll have to do like some searching. A backsplash with like a color or a stylized like color shadow, so like the white or like off blue, off white drop shadow I put on Drake here. You can tell that he's like a separate element over the pixel art. Same with the dialogue box, rather than it being like the black lines like clashing directly with the background. And then when I line this, I'm probably going to do like a thick outline outside of the drop shadow for the sake of like clarity. Because line weight is another good way to like differentiate. And I'll probably do like a black outline on the text box. So, and then I'll like simple shade the characters, just like block out an area and cell shade them. And then I was thinking, okay, so this is where like this is where that idea kind of spirals into affecting a lot of the other UI. So, and like I'm always like open to feedback on this, because like I said, I'm not like some master game designer who knows everything that I should do and everything that works. But like if I do the dialogue systems UI in HD, it poses the problem of I should do all of the UI in HD. I should just change the size of my graphic user face my graphics user face layer. My graphic user interface layer. Excuse me. Just change the size, make it full HD, and commit to making all of my UI HD. Because if I don't keep it consistent, I'm going to run into an issue later. In the sense that if I do it this way, the game world, all the character sprites, all the areas you explore, the places you run around, the cutscenes in the back, the cutscenes and the things you do are going to be all pixel art. The world is pixel art. And then character portraits, UI elements, all of that would be HD. Because if I do that for the dialogue, I can't stay inconsistent. From a design perspective, that's exactly what put me in this spot. That's exactly what put me in this mind space to be thinking about the way things clash. Because I chose to do an HD element on pixel art aesthetics. So like, let me run the game real quick and just talk about this while the game runs. So, like, for example, you open the game, you have an HD title screen, you have an HD logo, and then pixel art font. Clash. Instant clash. Now, it's probably not going to be... that's what you call mixels. You're mixing two resolutions. Now, see, it can work, though. But you have to find a consistent point to draw the line. And based on, like, the research and, like, what I have from design experience and, like, the feedback I've gotten, you have to have, like, a consistent... You have to have a consistent style when you go through with graphic design when it comes to your UI elements and your typefaces and your font sizes and stuff like that. So I'm already starting off on like a weird foot. Go ahead and you go into a new game. So here you are, your world is all pixel art. This world is pixel art. You go to another room, it's still pixel art, etc., etc. So then I go up here, I talk to the stump. All of a sudden, pixel art still down here. Black bars, you can get over that those are smooth because you can just say it's a straight line of pixel art. It's just a big block. Text is pixel art, and then you look over at the portrait, and it's full HD. Now, I've never really thought about this clashing. But when it's brought up, and I really like look at it, I can see it. I totally get it. I get where it's coming from because you have these elements that aren't really like differentiated from anything, just slapped kind of haphazardly on top. And I think it would be more cohesive to have matching UI. And then you don't have to deal with the situation of this drawing doesn't match any of the other art in the scene, and it's also like blending into certain art elements, and there's no like borders. The lining is too thin. I think it doesn't affect Stump here as much because the line art is much thicker. But I don't know. I've been fiddling with that. So, and that begs the question. I have a pause menu, for example. And this pause menu was like, when I did it, I was really satisfied with it. But now, I don't think it's like, I want my game to be stylish. I want people to feel like my game has like pizzazz, energy, you know? And I feel like it's nice that like everything like slides in like this. But I don't think it's that stylish. And also, I just established that there are HD elements in this game. When you went through a dialogue situation and you got a full character portrait. So now when you pause the game, the UI feels inconsistent because I go in here and now all of a sudden character portraits are not HD. So I was thinking, do I want to, if I do it that way, do I want to make all character portraits HD, or do I want to just make all of the graphic user interface, just all of the UI elements HD? Dialogue boxes, the pause menu, the options menu, any sort of like inventory and stuff you would go through, and even it begs the question for battles. we have UI elements in battles. We have this. We have the heads-up display. We have the track list, and we have our battle menu. We have our arrow, which is always has been temporary. We have our arrow for pointing out which enemy to attack, and we have all of our text fonts. So, which this text font just does not look good, even at this like size. I don't think. So all of our UI has already been made in pixel art. Even like the prompts there. That prompt was pixel art. And then we win the fight. We get results. We get a result screen. That's in pixel art. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there was a consistency, but like from the beginning, I always wanted HD character portraits. And now I'm in this situation where I'm just like, I don't know if I want HD character portraits if it's going to clash with everything else. Now, I know I've kind of just been rambling for an hour. We haven't really gotten anything done, but a little powwow, a little thinking. We gotta do a little thinking sometimes. So, I had the idea of doing like a hand-drawn menu system and keep it diagenic, where when you pause, Drake opens his phone, and then you scroll through the options that you want to select. Whenever you pick one, he flips his phone into landscape, and then you get all the details of that menu option. And then you can cipher through the menu, select whatever you need to select, blah, blah, blah. So I was thinking like doing UI design like that. And that would require me to do a lot more HD graphic design rather than doing pixel art. So maybe I'll run like a poll or something on Twitter to see how people feel about the difference. But yeah, that's where we are. So now, like, you remember I was talking about the data overhaul. So I made like a bunch of cards in my Trello for like my improving systems design section. And my goal is to finish up the dialogue system, get all the features in the dialogue system that I want. I want the I want to add like text leaving when you finish dialogue. The portrait sliding on screen, as well as all the rest of the elements. And I wanted to do multiple character portraits are able to pop up at once. That would be interesting because like then you can do like silly scenes or like characters yell something at the same time or something like that. Then still working on character portraits, so I have like a couple checklists here. And then game saving and loading. Excuse me. Which that's gonna be a whole nother can of worms, because now that I have like the system, like the UI rework in mind, I have to make a save room and a load room and stuff like that. And the UI elements, do I want those to be pixel art? The answer would probably be no, because I'm kind of committing to the idea of doing HD UI elements. So not only do I have to redo those, I have to, going forward, everything has to be HD. Now the benefit to that is I am a I'm an artist before I'm a pixel artist. I could probably design HD elements easier than I could a little easier than I could the elements of pixel art. Because if I did it in pixel art, it's grid based, and pixel art is like, pixel art is weird because due to the fact that it's so low pixel count, it's much more complicated than you would think. You have a lot of freedom in your constraints, in the sense that there's many ways to do things in pixel art, and there's some best practices, but ultimately it's just poking pixels until it looks good. Excuse me. Unless you're just making straight lines. When you're making just straight lines in pixel art, it's not so bad. So like a lot of pixel art games and series end up doing things very grid based. But see, you probably have noticed that like there's some UI elements that I have that struggle to be consistent. Like for example, the arrow when you're selecting enemies is like a zigzag and stuff like that. The way I can't get that to look the way I want it to without like a marker tool in like a drawing program or something. Because I want like there to be, I always wanted there to be like a more graffiti like aesthetic, but I kind of was like stuck in this realm of like pixel art and like, do I want to do it this way or that way or blah blah blah. But I was committed to just doing pixel art. But now I'm thinking of doing like pixel art for characters in the game world and battle and all that. But UI is full HD. And then I don't have to deal with that issue anymore. Then I can make my UI as cool as I envision it without constraints. And then I can make the pixel art cool in its own right by matching its own style inside of the pixel art constraints. So that's where I am right now. I'm in like a little design limbo and like improving a bunch of systems. But I feel like I'm going to have to do like a UI update sprint. I have to like design all of this stuff. So I think actually I'm going to sync the file from my iPad. And maybe this stream will just be like a concept art stream. I named the title of the stream Full Plate because there's just so much to do. I'm gonna go ahead and hit file. Clip Studio, open Clip Studio. I'm going to sync. Oh wait, I have to close it. Close this. And then I'm gonna close this. Come on, where's my pen? Sorry about the long rant, everybody. I had some thoughts I had to get together. Open Clip Studio. I'm going to select all of these, and then I'm going to turn syncing on. Would you like adding selected files so I can be synchronized? Okay. Okay, sync all of those. And then we're gonna move over to the then we're gonna move over to the tablet and do some art stuff. So while that's syncing, I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. So let me check something, because I just had a thought. Octopath Traveler is another game that combines like multiple aesthetics. Like hand-drawn, 3D, HD, and pixel art, and manages to make all of it cohesive. Because they do 3D with pixel art textures, then they do pixel art, and then they do consistently HD UI. Like all of these text boxes, for example, are all HD. All of this text, all of their accents, HD. High definition 2D assets. So I find that interesting, and that's like exactly what I'm trying to convey. There's a consistency. Their text is done on a certain size. The only thing that's really pixel art are characters. Characters are real pixel art. Environments are 3D. And you know the difference. You know what's environment because it's 3D. You know what's character because it's pixel art. And you know what's UI because it's 2D assets in full HD. So I think like the best route for me to go is not to try and merge the two, because I don't think it's conducive to my visual plan to make everything pixel art. Now I could probably pull it off, but it's going to be like many more levels of annoying. So like looking at battles, hold on, let me, just because I want to hear the Octopath battle music.
There is no choice. I will not be defeated.
So like, obviously like all of this UI is pretty much HD. Technically it's all pixel art because it's all pixels, so. So like the attack menu here, HD, the turn menu is HD, which there's a little pixelation on this diamond over here, so maybe that's like a scaling thing, but like I'm pretty sure it's an HD asset. Which is like where you get like HD 2D. That's what they're doing here. It's a bunch of like 2D elements, 3D environments.
I will not be defeated. My turn now. I'll do my best. I will not be defeated.
And like when I play Octopath Traveler, now obviously like they have a whole art team that's just much more experienced than me, but they make all of their elements extremely cohesive, in my personal opinion. I don't think everything's perfect, excuse me. Like there's way too much bloom and lighting on things, but I think overall they managed to keep it cohesive. Things that are in 3D are made to look like they're pixel art. Like grass looks pixel arty.
There is no choice.
But VFX look like VFX. HD VFX. I need to.
My turn now.
I need to upload these works before I download all this crap.
My turn now. I will not be defeated.
I took that break to wait for this to do the uploads, and it didn't even do it.
Not be defeated.
Insane. Where is my... There we go. Alright, but yeah. That's like... I think I've kind of like talked myself into validating the path I'm going on. So I'll probably just... I'll probably end up just making HD UI elements. And then everything else will be pixel art. Like my the concept art I did. Where is it? Like this. That way, I feel like I can also make more interesting UI that way. That's the goal. So now I have to at some point I have to update all of the UI elements. I don't know when I'm going to do that. Probably in some sort of art sprint. So I don't know if dialogue system UI visual. It's a visual rework, but I'm probably going to end up having to do a bunch of programming because I have to tweak a bunch of values on where things go. So I'm gonna move this over to the. Just gonna move this over to the MVP. No. It's not really MVP stuff. It's more like just full-on art assets. But I do want like the visual style to be indicative of the final game, so I don't want to like have like a bunch of clashing stuff in a demo. I still want visual consistency. I think I can update everything and just have unfinished UI elements. Like it doesn't have to be completely cohesive, so I will put that in MVP. I can just draw the text boxes and I can like wrap it into being a fully like finished and cohesive design later in like a graphics design sprint or something. Successfully updated. No updates. Wait, what? Okay, so those all updated? No. What the fuck? Come on now. All right. So make sure these updates actually go through this time. Download, upload. And that's only a couple megabytes, so that'll be really fast. I need to finish this Xenoblade artwork that I've been putting off finishing for like ever. Let me see if those uploaded on Clip Studio. All right. Let's see. And this is there's like a mood board for a character design I'm working on. I could have mentioned that too. It's actually for a party member for the game. So I'll work on that at some point. I've been just kind of putting some concepts in. Where is file? Open Clip Studio. Manager works. Cloud. It should be on here. Yep, there they go. Checking for updates. Okay. Those are all done uploading, yes. Yeah. Okay. And now I can go ahead and download these. Okay. And we're going to open this one. Alright, so this is the fill mono pin size. Where's my pin size? Oh, it's there it is. I was about to say. 20. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. So we are going to switch cams real quick. Oh yeah, where's the chat log? Okay, there it is. Alright, we're gonna move all our stuff over here. Whoops. Let's move our camera. Move OBS. Close Clip Studio. Turn our monitor. And then slide on over to our art station. So it's looking like today is gonna be more concept arty than programming. Ooh, I'm still off center. There we go. Okay. So everything out the way. Yeah, we're good. Turn on my shortcut keypad. Does it work? Yes. Okay. So now let's think about so where we are right now. I have this here. We got the red outline, the character portrait with the white outline, and a little blue arrow down here. So I'm thinking for like an outline color. I do a new layer for one thing. This layer off. What is this? Oh, another layer, another arrow attempt that I didn't like. I'm gonna make a new layer on top of this one. And let me change my mic orientation. There we go. All right, making sure I'm able to be heard. Zoom in. Oh, I need to turn anti-aliasing on. Brush properties. There we go. So if I do something like, it probably should be a little thicker. Something like, ooh, that was, why is it, does it get bigger? What the fuck? That was weird. Was I using the wrong tool? No? Whatever. So something like, make my eraser a little smaller. Telling you, this pen is changing sizes by itself. Okay. Do I have a... No, that's a flip canvas. I do have a rotate, okay. Do I have that map to... No. Maybe I can map that, hold on. Do I have the Huion tablet app? I have my mouse over here. Dial setting, customize and feature, no. Customize the feature. Just press and scroll up and down. Previous song volumes to none. brush size is this? 12? Yeah, you probably don't need 12, yeah. There we go. Now I don't have to draw all the way across that and waste time. Just do this. Bring that around. Okay, P. Hit. Hit this arrow with like a little bit of that outline, but not all of it. And then past the arrow. And then zoom out. How does that look? Okay. Chat's been dead today. Everybody's sleepy. So I still want this to pop like slightly more. Something like that. So now there's like a clear difference between the text box and the background. And then like right here, come across. And then I kind of wanted to taper off at the bottom, maybe. Actually, no, it should taper at the top. The bottom should still be thick. Why am I even doing this? Why am I even doing this? Use the tools available to you. Okay, then make that a little bigger.
something like that. Okay, I was thinking too, like, if I just come up here and do like a something like that. And now go back and make like those highlights more pronounced. P. So we can go back in and lay claim to our bright accents. Okay. I'm using the wrong tool. There we go. Okay. Something like this, and then like on the, just do it on this layer. No, I can't do it on that layer. No, I think the arrow should just be how it is. Yeah, I like that. I feel like that pops. And then I just find a text, like a text font that fits it. I don't want it to be anything like too over the top, because I feel like I went over the top on the graphic design itself. Which means that like I don't want the font to be unreadable or anything. All right. So that's for, let's see, right in this color today. I like when I do concept art, I like writing and commenting on things in shades of purple on a purple background. It's just kind of fun. Kind of do it in this. All right, so this is gonna be like the this is gonna be like the dialogue system UI. Yep, here we go. And so just drop dialogue. UI update. Okay. So that's where we are now. So now, here comes a whole nother question. Am I doing this for battles? Because now I feel like I have to. Because like I said, it's about design consistency. I have to. Excuse me. I have to make a clear delineation between UI and game world. Damn, but I'm not sure. Because it wouldn't be too hard to change like some of the UI stuff here. And if it has to be done, it has to be done. It's just like I really liked how like a lot of the UI elements in battle looked so far. And to redo them kind of just feels like it takes the piss out of them. I don't know. Let's see. Uh-oh. I need to make a new folder. Yep. And then append this folder to this. And then add a layer. Okay, so let's say okay, so the thing with excuse me. So the thing with this radio menu here is to update it, all I would really have to do is create new icons, and then code handles the rest of like the scaling and like all that. So I guess all I would be doing is HDifying what's already here. Excuse me. And then I'll just grab this color Now, I don't really like this. But I feel like I also have... There's another option here. Rather than... I can keep... I might... I can potentially keep Battle UI pixel art. Because I don't think there's anything in the battle system that I wouldn't necessarily be able to keep pixel art. Now, one thing that I do want to do, now, character portraits is another issue entirely, but then that brings up the exact same debate. If I do HD character portraits inside of their frames down here, all of the UI should be HD, right? Fuck. This in the folder, turn this off, add a new folder, move this into this folder, and then turn this on. Okay, yeah. Did I tweet that I was streaming today? I don't think I did. It's okay. I hate this because, like, I really like this dialogue box and stuff. But now that I'm thinking about, like, an HD battle UI, I almost feel like the current way I handle it with the radio menu is somehow inefficient. But I don't think so. I think I just need to draw it better. But also I just like how it looks. Because, see, the difference between... There's a huge difference when it comes to the battle UI. See, I already had an inconsistency. This is where I screwed up. My UI... So, like... Hold on. I'm gonna draw you a diagram. Let me go to this illustration and I'll tell you. Okay, so... I have a... Let me grab this color. Okay, so on my overworld. My overworld is 320 by 180 pixels, which is roughly calculator. Why did that open in two different? Okay. It is 1920 divided by 320. Yeah, 6. These are 6 times smaller than 1080p. So like divided by 6. That's a 1080p divided by 6. So that's 6 times smaller than 1080p, and that's how I get my pixel art size there. So it's kind of like, it's like 32-bit-ish. Now see, so when I'm in battle, let me just go ahead and differentiate this. So when I'm in battle, the camera size is 640 by 360. Which is 2 times up from this. Which is, let me see, I'm gonna check. What's that? 4 times? Calculator. There we go. Yeah, open twice again. Let's see. Was it 19? 20 divided by 6, 40 equals 3. Okay. So it is half. Alright. So that's 1080p divided by 3. Now, here's why that is an issue. That means that these are not equal. They have no parity in terms of size. So I already, without even like necessarily realizing it, had like very clashy pixel art sizes. Now see, it's different because it's contained in one room, but when it comes to the UI elements, you get in this situation where, drag this over here. I'm gonna hook up a controller real quick, hold on. For the sake of convenience of use. One sec. Uh-oh. Come on now. There we go. Open up. Controller. Okay. And then drag the one game window over here. The controller still doesn't work. Alright, cool. We're just gonna switch monitors. I'm not gonna deal with this. Bear with me for a second. I'm going to switch the scenes.
Alright, so if we go into battles real quick. So now we're in 640 by 360. That's our graphical fidelity right now. So everything in this is like pretty much scaled to the correct size. These boxes have a little, well, these boxes have a couple mixels. The characters are scaled a little wonky. But if you go to like the item menu, for example, item menu, completely different resolution. Because in, they're also off center, but we're not gonna worry about that right now. So I'm gonna grab like a screenshot of this. And then we're gonna go back over to our other side. Okay, we back. So, why that is wrong or frowned upon is if I go into here and hit Control V and then hit this and this and drag this down here, make it a little bigger, edit, transform, scale. Ooh. Okay, so here, this, grab all this, drag this up here. Whoops. Lasso tool, there it is. I knew I had it on that shortcut bar. Do I have the move tool on here too? Probably, but too lazy to. Okay, so we have different sizes here. The issue with that is I'm going to drag this layer above this one. Okay, so the issue with that is that all of this, whoops, all of this, everything else in this game world is, let me drag this over. You guys can't see it as well as I can. So all of this is in, well, there's some scaling stuff I'm doing with the characters that I'm going to eventually fix by just making their pixel art the correct size. Because Mia's like a little too short, or Draco's too, or like the character pixel art is too small. So I have to do like a bunch of art scaling and stuff. But that's a whole nother can of worms for a whole nother time. There's a lot of things that are being done wrong in this game that I'm going to have to eventually fix, that I'm putting off for like a different sprint. Because for right now, for testing purposes, I don't need to fix it. They're not even like fully drawn characters. But this is 640. Let's just call it, let's call it 360p. Because that's basically what it is. Okay. So this is 360p. All of this, the background, everything is 360p. This box is drawn on what's called a GUI or graphics user interface layer in GameMaker. So this is on the GUI layer. And the GUI layer
is always set to 320 by 180. So the issue here is, no matter what I did, I would have mixels. I already had mixels in the game. I was not being consistent in my graphic design. Now see, I'm not a graphic designer. Really, I'm not a programmer. I'm not a composer. None of that shit. I'm picking all of this up because I want to make this game. Really, I'm a character artist. And there is a lot of things that I'm learning that I didn't know before. And so then I run into a situation where I have to redo a lot of things and like I have to revise a lot of things. So that's how I end up in situations like these. But the point I'm making is I already wasn't consistent. My my dialogue system was the least of my concerns. Sure, it is like the way I would put it. I already had issues in other places. And I just need to fix as many of those as possible in like some sort of UI sprint and like just knock those out one by one, kind of like how I'm doing with all of these revisions of the code base. So to get back to what I was working on here, we have, so this is for battles, but I'm not really worried about that right now. It's weird because like I feel like I should commit to I feel like I should commit to like full pixel art battles only because the pixel art that's there is almost majority exactly how it should be. That's like the issue. Because like if I have like the HUD like that with a pixel art text font, the track list like that with pixel art text font, the battle menu with a pixel art text font. Let me zoom in and just bring it up. And then I open up, like, let's say I open up the menu. I still have this issue. This exact issue. It's just high res now. And even more jarring. I'm not trying to end up on like a design doc episode of Good Design, Bad Design. So I have this screenshot here. This one was to mess with like the battle menu. I mean not battle menu, pause menu stuff. So you probably saw in the design doc and over here that I have like concepts for a pause menu. So I wanted to do something like, I'm going to create a new folder and drag this into the folder. And then I'm going to make a new, a new folder inside that folder, a new layer inside that nested folder. And then append this nested folder to the, there we go. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I'm going to go into the line tool, go to rectangle, go to this, pick like a dark purple, start here, go all the way across. not quite. Actually, this I can just do it like this. And then lower the opacity. And then we'll work over that. Okay. So let's say you pause your game. So now that we have like this text box drawn, let's use this text box as like a bouncing point for making our own graffiti font. So if I do like P, I raise my pen size. Okay. So I'm gonna pull up what is my brain doing? Oh, I'm gonna pull up my design document so I can have the concept art over in the corner while I work. Let's see. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Sorry, I was curious of something. Why can I not? Where's the thingy? Why is it there? Okay. I need to open this design doc. All right, so I have this design doc here with this sketch in it, and I'm going to try and like imitate that. So we're gonna start with like a let's get like a pause in here. So I'm trying to like imitate graffiti, and that's like a hard undertaking because I don't know much about graffiti. I like this one. And this is also like an aesthetic that I want to pull into the logo of the game even. And maybe it is. I feel like I'm thinking of doing things that are going to be necessary, but I always wonder is this the right time to do them? Because it feels like I'm scope creeping, but this is necessary. I need to graphic design to design the game, period. Graphic design is integral to making a video game. Especially one with the style that I'm trying to go for. So I think this just be a good growth project for me. It'll make me better at many things. Spreading my wings. Because I feel like I'm not like an experimenter. I don't experiment very well. I never really was like, I'm going to do graphic design. I'm going to make music. Until I started making this game, because I'm interested in making a game. And I'm interested in making as much progress on that game by myself without burning a hole in my pocket. And due to that, I've gained a passion for
things that I didn't have a passion for before because I want to make a game. I have a passion for making this envelope. So I have no choice but to make what's inside. You know, I want to make a dumpling, so I have to make filling. You can't just make dumpling with nothing in it. So, or I don't know, analogy something. Clip Studio, that's where I was. So now we are trying to do like a let's do something like I don't know how much real estate. So I want to, let me just outline some things first. I'm gonna go in here and grab this color because I like it. So I want to dedicate, so let's split this screen in half. I want the characters to remain centered where they are. So this half is for the phone. This half is for the phone menu. That's the goal. This part right up here would be for the title. And then down here while not cutting into those characters, is party information. And now, and maybe I could even do we'll have the party info there, and then a strip at the bottom. We'll have like playtime or something. So maybe we'll have like file, like the save file you're using, and like playtime. File, playtime, and the area you're in. Okay, so this would make for like a pretty good pause menu. Oh, okay, that was weird. I'm gonna save real quick before Clip Studio does something stupid. Is it saving? Oh, Clip Studio is starting to do that thing where I was like when I was working on Blood Crossfang, where it starts being super slow. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save this to Clip Studio files, and this one's just gonna be let's just call this menu concepts. Okay, menu concept. All right, so now that we have that delineation, we can lower the opacity, make a layer over it, and then we have the confines in which we are allowed to work. So we can switch to this color. Is it X? Yeah, X switches. Okay, cool. So let's do a title that says pause. So something like
Because I feel like the reason I feel like I should probably do HD is because I feel like when I do pixel art, I'm not like getting the full extent of my artistic capabilities out into the game. Like, I just feel like I can achieve more. So we got a P, we need A, U, S, and E. Do we do all caps or should we do lower cases? I also still want it to be readable. For now, let's say all. For now, let's say all uppercase. I really like that. Okay. I'm actually gonna erase this. P, A, then we gotta get a U in there. Whoops. Am I going the wrong way? No. I don't know how the fuck I moved that. So now we're running a little big. So we know that we need to cut back on size a little bit. Maybe add like a little. Actually, I'll do that when I get to the end. Okay. What time is it? 12:22. We've been live for 2 hours and 21. So I'm gonna hit. No, I don't like that. Okay, pause. And then like the E is gonna be like the big flourish. I just hate this feeling of like not knowing if I'm going in like the right direction or if I'm just digging into a rabbit hole that I'm gonna have to climb out of later. And then like come across this whole way. And like do some editing here. Add like another one of these. Something like that. And then like put tilt to it. And it like kind of leaves its area a little bit, but I think I can afford that space. Actually, I will make it a little smaller. Because there's like a music aesthetic, like putting pause on screen like this is kind of like a double entendre since you are pausing the game. But I'm kind of like making it like a diegetic thing which means that menus or systems interact in terms of like the game world. So like a good example would be in Dead Space, like the health and stuff is on backpacks and your ammo count is on the gun. So like this is like not like in that direction, but like it's diegetic in the sense that when you're pausing the game, it's actually I like to think of it as like Drake pausing his music so that he can pick a new track or like check his phone. Which is why I was like, okay, I could do some sort of menu where he's like going through his phone and the UI looks like a like Spotify or something. Reads pretty clear. Like that. Yeah, and it kind of feels like it's still in the like the range of like our text box design. So now we have to decide on our background color for it. So I'm thinking like this same white here. Whoops, I flipped the canvas. So I'm gonna make a new layer under this one. Whoops. Go ahead and save. That's the wrong thing. Pause. Whoops. Got outside of the box there. Now I could fill this in a much easier way, but I'm kind of enjoying just scribbling. something like this. It's the wrong layer. And then I'm gonna grab this layer. And for one thing, I'm gonna go ahead and hop in here and I'm gonna join like a Did I have a... I must have closed it. It's okay. Excuse me. Maybe I should... Yeah. I think that makes more sense, and then I can hop in here and do that. There we go. I like that better. So grab this. And then just do like this. Get a little eraser action in there. Make this gap a little wider. Let me check my phone. It's 12:34. Okay. So something like this, and then I'm gonna grab that black outline from earlier and try and make it pop a little more. Layer is this? Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna make the brush size bigger. Get it with the boom, bam. Boom, bam. Boom, bam. Boom. Boom. Skibby bop. Bam. Bow. Get like a bunch on the bottom. Erase this. It's Nakrim. Hi, Nakrim. I have to figure out how to get better Twitch TV emotes to show up on my chat log. Bad streamer. Okay. Welcome home, Nakrim. I'm working on UI stuff. This isn't necessarily what I was actually working on recently, because this isn't even like the thing that I was doing on my Trello board, but like I feel like I should get like this cohesive as soon as possible, so that I know where I'm going. And I feel like this is gonna make making an a logo much easier too down the line, because I'll have like a consistent like type font within the game. Or not type font, but like hand-drawn font. Clean this up. Switch over to this. P. There we go. All right. Game pause. That I just need to move this. That's kind of where it's gonna be, and then go into here and then drag this stuff down a little lower. I'm trying. I'm kind of anxious a little. But we'll see what we're doing here. Just like obviously like making a game is like a pretty big undertaking. There's just a lot of things that I don't know how to do that I'm having to do, and it's fun, but it's also just like, what am I doing something wrong? I always feel like there's like a correct an incorrect way to do something, or like a frowned upon way to do something that you could do. And I just don't know if I'm in that territory. Or like I explained earlier in the stream, I've been in what I call like planning hell, where like I'm trying to get a better grasp on what I am doing, and so I'm not just like aimlessly adding a bunch of features to a project that aren't really cohesive, or having a bunch of like art styles that I like but don't match. So like I've been doing hold on, put this back to 100. So I have like this really big design document, and excuse me, there's like a bunch of different categories and stuff here. Early, like most of it at first is like what game systems are going to be in the game. And so I have like what's already in the game and what I can improve about them in like a bunch of different segments. And I can like let's say I'm like, oh, how do I want to improve the rhythm minigame system? I cut down to that and it gives me like the list of notes that I have. So I've been fiddling around in this design document for like a while. And you know, I was working on the dialogue system. And working on the dialogue system brought up a whole nother thing with my game, in that I need to have like a consistent like UI style. And a lot of the stuff that I was doing in the game was like a hodgepodge of like, because I did like a really old tutorial, and a lot of my game's development has been undoing stuff from that tutorial to fit what I'm actually trying to do. And this is just another one of those things, because from the beginning I did pixel art UI, but I don't think mentally I wanted to do pixel art UI. I wanted to do pixel art characters and environments and stuff like that. But I wanted to do more like HD, like graphic designy kind of UI. And I think I got away from that. So now it kind of feels like a pretty big undertaking to have to like undo and redo a bunch of things. And not even just like when it comes to like UI or the dialogue system. I already have like a bunch of like data management stuff that I need to refactor. And that's like coming up. I'm still working on the dialogue system, which I guess I can get rid of this due date, because I'm probably not going to finish that. So like, I think it's just a issue of like, I kind of know what I want to make, but I don't know if what I want to make is like right. Or like, if what I want to make is too much. But I don't think it is, because I'm just a normal resolution like HD artist anyway. Pixel art is actually the thing that's foreign to me, which is why I'm like, okay, I don't know if I want to do UI that's pixel art, because I don't feel confident that I can make it like impressive. Also, I feel like there's already a bunch of pixel art games that do pixel art and pixel art menus and all of that shit, like really just like nails the aesthetic. I don't want to go into that space half-assed. So now I'm like, okay, well, I would rather do HD character portraits and HD UI on top of a pixel art aesthetic. But I can only really think of, like, personally, I can only really think of, like, 3 games that do it and make it cohesive. And one of them, people don't even really like it in there. They like the art, they like the pixel art, but they don't necessarily like the fusion of the two. Because the UI is so bland. That was a long explanation to basically just say, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And that's like becoming a point of anxiety for me a little bit. Shift. Because I'm confident what I'm trying to make is something that I want to play and others will want to play. I'm confident in that. I think that's true. But can I make it well? To be determined, you know? Yeah. I think that's the main thing. And a lot of like game developers will tell you, make a small game first and then make a big game. After you've made like either multiple small projects or something like that. Going from the art style, story, I think it'll be pretty great. Yeah. So I have like a smaller game idea called Rhyme and Reason. And that's just gonna be like a little action puzzler. Maybe on like phones and PC or something. So I was thinking about like I want to get this game stable first, like to a point to where I'm like, okay, I feel like this is like a prototype of what I'm actually like trying to do. And then maybe like take a break and make Rhyme or Reason. And like actually release it. But I feel like the issue is like the game ideas or the games that interest me almost always are like a little bit too big. I want Draco Jam to not be like ridiculously large for an RPG. I just want it to be like a maybe like 15-20 hour experience. Which is still pretty big. That's pretty big. So maybe on the lower end of that. Maybe like a little over 10, 15. So like somewhere in there, you start the game, you get your like first chapter. I mean, there's you get your like first like prologue-y area. You get your next chapter, you get a party member. You go through maybe like another town or area. You deal with a little arc of little arc of plot that fleshes out that new party member. Then you spend some time with that new party member and go on to the next area. Next area is maybe like a city or something, like a bigger city. Then some stuff happens in there, maybe like some foreshadowing type of things. Take down like some sort of arc relating to the main villain. Then maybe like from there you go to like different locations with like different temples to gather information. Let's say you meet like another party member, and now you're up to 4. So then this party member, you spend some time with her, blah blah blah, get some character dynamics, a little bit of storyline, plot line. She spends some time with you. Then you get to then I would say I need to make like a story outline like badly. Then you get to like, let's say like I think I'm gonna say, I guess one of the first big plot twists, or like plot climaxes type situation. Then after that, I'm thinking of this game having like an optional party member, or because I'm thinking I have 6 party members in my head. And the way the game mechanics work. See, because the thing is like, how big do I want the game to be is a loaded question, in the sense that like, I can talk about how big I want the experience to be, or like how many hours or whatever. But the thing is like, to get even 1 hour of gameplay, or like 2 hours or whatever, or like even just the basic game mechanics, that's already a pretty big amount of work, I guess. But it's not like I want this game to be out like in no time. I'm planning on working on this for a pretty long time. And I'll probably like take a break from it to make smaller games here and there. Put me on the map a little bit or something. Because my ultimate goal is to make like an RPG. And then like Rhyme and Reason, I want that to be kind of like a cute like sibling dynamic family kind of game, where you're just destroying like rooms of enemies and solving puzzles. That's like the whole thing. Rhyme does combat, Reason solves puzzles. So anyway, I'm just like saying that I've reached like this point where like I'm trying to make sure I keep things cohesive, have like flair and design, because like so when you're making games, it's important to have like, I can't remember what the actual acronym is, but it's like you have like a triangle of like, you have a triangle of like gameplay, design, and aesthetics or something, I think it is. God, I can't remember. But like, I want Draco Jam to stand out aesthetically so that it draws people in. I want like my art to be on ones. I want like the presentation to be on ones, so that people are like, okay, this is nice looking. Then once I draw them in with that, then I can be like, here are the game systems. And then they see like cool things like the rhythm battle mechanics, and the rhythm battle mechanics, and like the dual text, like combo attacks, and like maybe like some cool attack animations, because those are like things that I'm excited about like putting into the game. And before, like, let me go to my Trello. Before
I started doing like these refactors because I felt like I had to do the refactors because I would change something and it was like a seesaw. My game is like I don't even fully understand what's all in my game because there's a lot of back end things that I put off changing that are just verbatim from some tutorial that I did a long time ago when I was first starting. Now I know a lot more about programming and I have a lot more resources to check my work. Like I can hop in the Game Maker Discord. I can ask people smarter than me how they would do something, and then I can like devise a plan. And so that's what I have. I have a whole nother design document for. This is all for like updating my data management, how I have my units organized, and if I do it the way that I have it outlined here, I will actually fix convenience issues for other things instantly, just from the fact that I did the refactor. So like for example, I'm gonna drag these over here. So right now I've been working on the dialogue system. I've been getting that reworked so that I don't have to touch it nearly as much ever again. That's my goal. My goal is to make my dialogue system as code sound as possible and future proof to where, okay, I want to make a cutscene. Right now I just hop into Crochet, which is a text editor for my dialogue. I type in a character, a couple attributes, with a colon, what they say, and boom. You tell the game, like, let's say an NPC. You tell the NPC, this is the conversation you're going to have. Boom. Everything prints, everything works, all of that. That's what I'm going for. Instead of it being like, this is a placeholder. It's like, no. All of the things that I want this to do are in. Now, there might be placeholder art. That's okay. Because I'm going to do a big art sprint later on. That's why my
when you come up with a concept like this, it's like you're the only person who can make it. Because no one's else gonna make it like you without your input. That's why, like, when people feel like, oh, I someone did this idea already, I'm just like, do it anyway. It's still your idea. You might execute it different. So I'm like in this like limbo where like I'm trying to, and like one thing that I did that I'm proud of myself for is like with the dialogue system. I was kind of like scared of my code base after I did like all the planning for the data rework. But I just said, I know I need to get some stuff done. So I hopped in and I did like almost all of the features that I wanted for my dialogue system in like one sitting. And that felt really good. Because like when I was done, I think that's the main issue. A lot of the data system stuff is something that I have to do, but it will have no visual effect. It's all back end. There's nothing for me to like clip and show people to validate my decision. Because like the people who could validate my decisions are busy programmers already. And I can't like just like screenshot a whole code base. I can describe what I did and they might be like, yeah, that makes sense. But like ultimately the thing with programming is like there's some stuff that is like, yeah, you should probably do it this way. But as long as it works, you can get away with a lot of things. Like in Undertale, Toby Fox was not like a fantastic programmer. A lot of the stuff he did a lot of the code base in that game apparently has some like really weird decisions in terms of programming. But it's Undertale. I don't need to really add anything else. So I don't know. I'm kind of like in this situation where I have to keep like pep talking myself. So let's say if I do this and then so like this stream really has kind of just been me like explaining like a bunch of things about like how I'm trying to approach development and like getting like a bunch of insecurities off my chest, honestly. That's pretty much all it's been. That's all you've missed. And me like validating like some decisions. I think I wanted to add, you were talking about having an optional party member. Go ahead, Knight. Okay, and then like sharpen these edges. Try your best to not have it be like a P5 situation where Haru is added so late in the game that it kind of ended up not being super liked because of it. Yeah, that's the thing you have to be careful of. And I feel like you can get away with it if you have really good character dynamics. So what I want to do is, like, before I confirm that I want any given character in the game, I want to, like, validate their existence by creating a character dynamic sheet. Because the characters are going to, like, talk to each other a lot. And I want, like, every character to have some sort of, like, role or, like, dynamic with another character. Because another thing that I don't like in stories is, when characters who they don't think about the character dynamics for just don't interact. Like, I can't think of a single situation where Haru spoke to Ryuji, for example. But he talks to, like, An, Morgana, Yusuke way more because they have dynamics established. Like, nowadays, that's not really an issue with her character anymore, but when the game first came out, I think a majority of people didn't care about her too much. Yeah, I 100% agree. When I played that game, I was like, Haru's cool, I guess. I kind of felt that way about Akechi, but that might be because he was just the Persona 5 spoilers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The most obviously choreographed twist villain I've ever seen in my entire life. And they tried to act like it was a mystery because of some fucking pancakes. Like, even Persona 5's branding spoiled that Akechi was going to be a villain. Because I wish I fucking had it on me. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. Give me 1 second. The twist was that it was very obvious. Yeah, Akechi was a character for a long time, so that's like, it's not that big of a deal. But it was extremely obvious, as opposed to like Persona 4. I could not have guessed the killer until I knew the killer. Well, you could probably have like seen it. You could have assumed it was possible, but in retrospect, it's something that like feels obvious. It's like a whodunit story. In a whodunit story, you know who fucking, like, who did it is doing weird things, and on retrospect, when you find out who it is, you go, oh! With Adachi, there was no oh. I knew the whole time. My favorite character from P5, especially in Royal, so I'm biased, but I do like this character. His character in Surprise Quiz. I like his character. I just don't think his twist was a surprise. But they played it off as one, and I don't think it was a good one. I'll be right back. Hold on. I have to show you this. Because this bothered me from the moment I booted this game up. Zerf, soon we're gonna have us a Resident Sleeper Drake emote, man. Soon. Okay, so before I even played Persona 5, soon is when I draw it. I drew a sketch. I haven't finished. Hold on, I'll show you. Here's the sketch. I have to finish coloring it lining and coloring it. And then I'll put it in for approval. I put the Drake sit emote in for approval, and it's still being approved. Do emotes take this long? It's been so fucking long, bro. But okay, so the point I'm making, before I even played this game, I was like, I remember there was like a lot of speculation on who Crow was. No one fucking knew. And then like everyone was like, oh, it's Adachi. It's got to be the Adachi guy. So everyone knew he was a party member, but they never really showed him in promotions. I saw him in like one trailer closing in on release where they were like walking towards the casino. And I was like, oh yeah, hey look, there he is. But they showed him like nowhere else, but everyone else got like spotlights. And I just was like, that's fucking weird. And then I'm a huge Persona fan. So I bought the Persona 5 Collector's Edition. And the Persona 5 Collector's Edition is super cool because it has every party member on it. Every party member on it. Every party member on it. You know, you got Morgana. You got Morgana and Joker and Ryuji and An. And Futaba and Makoto and Yusuke and Haru and Ada. Where the fuck is Adachi? He's not fucking on it because he's a goddamn villain. And it was obvious from pre-release. I got so angry that he wasn't on this box because it spoiled the game instantly. I was angry from the jump. I knew this dumbass was not gonna be fucking fucking non-villain. I knew he was going to be a twist villain. I knew it instantly. It's crazy because it is a skill issue. I had too much skill. I thought too fucking hard. I had to be dumber. Apparently. Apparent fucking Lee, I had to be stupider. Oh no, that's mean. But yeah, like it wasn't a compelling twist for me. So like all of the twists were like predictable. I don't know, I'd feel differently if they actually tried to play up him being a massive surprise twist. What do you mean feel differently? Like you'd like it more or dislike it? But the game clearly spells it out that the way he acts is sus and the real twist is the party knowing. If this was my first Persona game and I went into it completely blind, like no trailers or anything. That's smart, Neck. Okay, you dislike it more. Alright. The way it is now, it's kind of cool. Yeah. See, here's my thing, right? Okay, Zerf. Let me be generous. I like it. What I don't dislike is the non-commitment to pre-release. Is the non-commitment to making it a mystery pre-release. That's my issue. Because I knew he was a twist villain from watching trailers. That's wrong. That's wrong. I should be able to surmise that from playing the game. The game should be giving me the clues. Why is it that you can't just act like he's a real party member?
before the game is out. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Right, it just spawned for you, but I was a Persona fan, so I followed the game pre-release. So Persona fans, so like people who were like big into the series and watched all the trailers probably knew. He's not even on the fucking box. It's weird, man. And you know, big surprise to me just because how prevalent he was. Like, that told me something interesting is gonna happen with this character later down. See, the interesting thing though, right, is that something could be sus with him and all this stuff, but if he becomes a party member, that feels like the payoff. So then you can build the twist off of the fact that you acted like the twist was him being the party member. You did the twist. So now, like, you can, like, play with the fact that people think they're at the end point for him surprising you. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I think it's all just a matter of, like, what you like and don't like. But I don't really like it from a writing standpoint because I don't like unsurprising twist villains. Not in the sense that they come out of nowhere, but in the sense that when they become a villain, you go, oh! And it all makes sense. Rather than you knowing the whole time and just waiting on it to happen. Like, I have a friend who's playing P5R right now, blind. He's probably halfway in the story and he still genuinely thinks Makoto is the villain. That's fucking funny. That's hilarious. I don't know. It just goes to show you, like, different people understand it different ways. Why is this emo not approved, bro? He's just sitting in a chair. Anyway. Yeah. That's just, I think that's where I am with that. But, party members, that's what we were talking about. Yeah, my goal is to make sure that party members have, like, coherent dynamics. Twitch not approving emote of black man sitting in a chair. Wait, we have, hold on. I think we have, hold on, Naka, got you. We have thinking emotes. But yeah, so like here, I'm gonna let's go to the concept page. Let's turn some of this off. Make a new layer. Grab the correct color. All right, so weird statement for me to have to say, but Draco Jam party member spoilers, except for like the actual like plot relevant spoiler. Let's just say, like, listing these party members isn't going to spoil the plot of Draco Jam, but it's going to spoil the first like 4 or 5 party members. Okay, so party member wise, we have party member wise, we have Drake here.
All right, so we have Drake, right? Then we have Mia. So then we have good old Mia here. Move this up some. And then we have, yeah. Okay, so Mia here. Can you use the right tool, please? Also, I really like that, I'm really in love with the character designs that are made for Draco Jam. I think, like, Drake was feeling a little generic for a while. But now I, like, feel much more happy with him. Because I think, like, the horns being on fire and stuff gives him, like, more standout potential. Okay, so you have Drake and Mia here. So these are the first two party members. Obviously, Drake is number 1, Mia is number 2. So then for our third, we have for our third here, we have Banjo. I think that's how you draw Banjo. I haven't drawn Banjo in forever. So this is Banjo. Phone, can you please stop? Alright. So, this is Banjo down here. Okay, so like let's go off those three, and then the last one, the fourth one here, we're gonna have for this character. I'm just gonna call her Millie because that's like her tentative name. She doesn't have a design yet. But she is a lady. I think this is the symbol for women. Yeah. And then we have... I think I remember seeing Art of Banjo a long time ago. Yeah, he's the guy who can turn into a Kamen Rider. He is Wyvern Rider. What do you mean? Like that? Oh, backwards? Yeah. I switch back and forth. Hey! Why am I being threatened? Alright, so this is Drake. Then we got Mia, we got Banjo, we got Millie. I'm gonna put her name on the bottom for the sake of everyone else. Everyone else has their names on the bottom. We got Millie, and then fifth, which is the one that's like, I don't know if he's gonna be in the game or not, but or she's, I'm not sure yet. Is this good boy? So I don't know what breed this guy's gonna be, but I just Googled a random dog, but the point here, damn it, that selection's still not right. Is that this dog is 2 characters. And dog party member so that she can be featured on that Can You Pet the Dog account. Oh my god. Dog and Cursed Sword. Okay. These are the 5 party members, and then there was going to be a 6th spoiler. Spoiler. Big spoiler. Okay, so 6 party members. And you know what? I've been thinking about it. I'm gonna be charitable to Adachi because he is pretty cool. That is a cool dude. I like that guy. I need to play Royal. There's more of him in there. But anyway, this is the party member spread. So, now my goal is to have it where each party member has a reason for being in the party or some sort of dynamic with another character. Or a dynamic amongst themselves as a party member. And Royal's so fucking good, it's what made him my favorite character. Bet. So, for example, I'm gonna lower my pixel count. So, Drake and me are best friends. And have been for a long time. So they have their dynamic pretty set in stone. Drake is a goofball. Mia is much more serious, even though she's goofy sometimes too. Because one of her dads is like the short dad is really strict. And usually pretty serious. And the tall dad is a big ass goofball. Loud, rambunctious, always laughing, always smiling. Like a really good martial artist, but he wouldn't hurt a fly. So then you have, I'm gonna make some space for me to make this. I fucked up. I always fuck up the selection the first time. So I'm gonna drag them down some. And then give myself more room. Okay. So then we have like Banjo and Mia. So I'm thinking like Mia like thinks, hold on. So Wyvern Rider, in the context of Draco Jam, in the world of Draco Jam, One day I'll name the country that this takes place in. But Wyvern Rider is pretty well known. Wyvern Rider is like a superhero in Draco Jam's world, and has been like pretty popular for generations. So, Mia likes Wyvern Rider and thinks Wyvern Rider is cool. So she thinks Banjo is really cool. I'm getting a phone call. Give me 1 second and I'll finish this explanation. All right, I'm back.
I've returned to explain party member dynamics. Okay. So, like, where was I? Oh, okay. So, Mia thinks Banjo is pretty cool. And then Banjo has a crush on Mia. Okay, so that's their dynamic. Drake and Mia are best friends, so their dynamic is basically just like they're either dorks together, or like Mia's trying to get Drake to not be a dork when he's not supposed to be. Okay, so then you got Millie here. So Millie is like ambiguously interested in Drake. I mean, in Drake, yeah. She's kind of like she's the only other girl in the party. So like her and Mia kind of have a camaraderie. And then Banjo is intimidated by her. Okay. And then Banjo and Drake are damn, there's no clever way to draw an arrow between them. I'm just gonna put Drake's name over here. Rivals. And so the reason Banjo and Drake are rivals is because the Dragon's Vessel in the plot of Draco Jam, which is established pretty early, is the Dragon's Vessel and the Ogre Vessel are constantly hunting each other. The Ogre Vessel has successfully killed the Dragon Vessel for the last like 2 or 3 cycles. And Wyvern Rider for generations has basically become the hero of the nation because they're not failing constantly. They're not just dying all the time. And then recently, to prevent the Ogre's Vessel from finding and killing the Dragon's Vessel, the nation has kind of decided to keep the Dragon's Vessel in hiding, which is why at the beginning of the game, Drake is in like a very small village that's kind of like off in a forest, and he has like very few friends because he only has like the people in the village. And like when he gets to leave the village is when he gets to step out into his grand adventure to actually like achieve the goal of the Dragon's Vessel. So
Drake is kind of like big fish, small pond. Big fish, small ponding. Like early game. Like he wants to be like this like big DJ and a successful Dragon's Vessel and all this stuff. But he's like in the confines of this tiny town. And Banjo has basically for the last like because when you come of age as the Dragon's Vessel, which is like the new rule, is when you get access to all of the Dragon Vessel affordances, like the turn talons and like a visit to like the temple and stuff like that. Which is the age of 20. So they spend 20 years preparing and training the Dragon's Vessel so that they don't get their ass beat, basically. And in those 20 years, and even prior, the Wyvern Rider has become like the people's champ. Like Wyvern Rider is around. He's helping people. He's going to these different places. He's fighting off the Ogre Nation when he can, where he can. But he's one person. So anyway, Banjo feels like he is the true hero, and Drake feels like he is striving to be the best Dragon's Vessel he can be, and in the war and stuff like that. So they like butt heads in that it's like, I'm that guy. No, I'm that guy. Kind of situation. And then the thing with the dog and the cursed sword, which is why they're unique. Their dynamic, they have dynamics with the rest of the party members, sure. But the important part of them is their dynamic is between the dog and the sword. Because they're two different characters. The sword can speak. The dog cannot. So the sword is bound to the dog and can tell you what the dog is saying. So they're like in like a symbiotic relationship. The sword is just a sword. The sword can't go anywhere. The sword can't do anything without a host. But the sword feels like he doesn't want to like consume his host. So the sword is just like, all right, so me and this dog are in a partnership. The dog found him. The dog picked him up. And like that, he was stuck with him. So him and the dog communicate. And they work together. And then they communicate with the rest of the party member. The sword relays. It's like a translator. For like... So like he's like the sword is like a translator. But they're both like partners and aware of that. And then, like, for the rest of the party, everyone thinks the dog is cute. You know what that dynamic reminds me of? What? A less fucked up version of Kane and Rost from League. I don't know anything about League. And then the sword is kind of like, If anyone's played Nier, the sword is kind of like Vice. I think that's how you spell. How the fuck do you spell Vice? I'm pretty sure it's like this. It might be I before E, but I don't know. I don't care that much. So like the sword is like this posh kind of like smarter than you character, like really snarky, but like not to his partner. He wouldn't treat his partner like that. Kind of the same shit where Kane finds Ross, who is living weapon known as Darkin, but they aren't buddy like the dog and the cursed sword. Two of them actively want to corrupt and take each other over. Damn, that's wild. Anyway, these are the party dynamics I'm going for. So if there's a character that's added late game, I want to like give them like at least 2 areas to compensate, or a plot point that resonates with them and the rest of the party member to make some sort of like thematic through line, rather than like you said with Haru. It's like Haru got in, they solved Haru's issue, and then Haru just like rode the rest of the game out, because the rest of the game was focused on plot that had to do with characters that weren't Haru, basically. All right. So that's my goal. That was a really long explanation. I went into like but I am gonna save this sheet. I need this. Save as. I'm gonna save this as party dynamics. Okay. So that's the goal. Now the dog is like, I don't know if I'm even gonna put him in the game. I'm not sure. Because the game has like themes of like choice and obligation. And I feel like the dog being like a symbiotic relationship of like, you're not obligated to do this. You choose to. Even if it is like a dog and a sword, like there is an intelligence to that. I didn't even finish this concept art there also. Like I was working on. I spent all that time doing that explanation. Okay, so we're back at the concept art. We're doing UI stuff. So with the UI, I just want it to be like, I want it to have some pizzazz, some flair. So maybe like here I'll have like level. Actually, I'll do that in like a darker color in a second. Grab this. I'm gonna copy and paste this. Now I'm hoping from a graphic design standpoint, this like isn't too busy. Ooh, I also just had an idea for like Millie's character. Okay. So that works. I should have just copy and paste. And you know what? I am. I'm gonna do that. I take all of this. And then I'm just gonna copy and paste this. Edit. Whoops. Edit. Copy. Edit. Edit. Paste. So this is your current party. Control Y. Merge this down. Okay, so then I'm gonna grab this color. I'm gonna drop a layer. Oh, that's convenient. I didn't realize that I had all these layers still. Okay, so I'm just gonna drop white right here for now. And then same for here. Then I'm actually gonna, I can go into, not Millie Design, File. No, I need Clip Studio. Open Clip Studio. This is different from Studio Paint. Manage Works. I need to open. This. Okay, so UI and concept art. So I can go up here. And then go into this folder. There we go. Shift. I don't need that. I just need these two layers. Edit, copy. Then scroll down. Zoom in. Close all this. Here. And then Control V. And then take this. Oh, shoot. this color and then like saturate it a little more. And then paint buckets. There we go. And then I'm gonna grab Mia, go in here, take a little thingy of this, edit, copy UI concepts, hit that good old edit, paste, and then try to like drag it over. I don't know where it pasted at. That's going to be an issue. I'll drag this layer out of here so that I can potentially see. Did I not? Hold on. This is the right layer. Edit, cut. Undo. Go to concepts. Oh, is it just really big? No, never mind. Control V. Okay. And then put it above everything. There it is. I see it now. Drag this down here. Edit. Transform. Flip horizontal. Scale it down to match about the size of Drake there. Grab this tool. There we go. And now I can drag this down here, merge it down, and then erase this part. And so then I'm gonna go into File, Recent, Pixel Art Practice. There we go. And get her color scheme. Do that all in here. I want her to be slightly lighter skin than Drake. And that should be enough. I'm getting hungry. Probably gonna end stream sometime soon. But I'm not done yet. This is so relaxing to do in the mornings. I really like the time slot that I do this in. I would like to do more afternoon streams, but I'm almost certainly doing shit in the afternoon, and that's what always like kind of irks me, because it's like I miss like the best times for viewership because I'm just so busy doing other things. It's a little annoying. Because if I want to make this like a revenue stream, who the fuck is subscribing to a guy who only streams in the morning? And plus, I don't even really know if I'm all that entertaining. I'm pretty sure, like, I think I'm like a vibe streamer. I think people. Why is she calling me again? Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Tablet record. Okay, let me move this over so that you guys can see. There we go. I did like a poll a while back. People wanted more art streams, so here we are. Concept art is art. Oh, I remember what I was saying. I was saying that I feel like if I want to make this a revenue stream, it's hard because like who wants to subscribe to someone who only does morning streams? A lot of people don't catch morning streams. So then I'm in like this weird situation. Plus, I can't even seem to get my damn emotes approved. I don't know what the fuck is good with that. Twitch takes way too long to approve an emote. It's like not even that big. It's like such a basic emote too. And it's taking them like 2 weeks. I put this emote in when the last time I streamed. It takes them this damn long every time? Christ. Is that not crazy? One of the biggest VTubers right now is a morning streamer. Well, maybe. I don't know. Am I in the right? Okay, I am in software and game development. Okay, cool. I was making sure I was in the right category. Well, maybe you're right, Nick. Maybe I'm just like paranoid about nothing. Because I think like a lot of people are interested in like the process of indie game development. It's just a matter of like, you know how like when you're a smaller streamer, I feel like you're competing with bigger streamers with more insight and like flashier visuals and stuff. Like, I don't even have a good stream layout. My chat is like covering most of what I'm working on. Like, I need to UI design my own goddamn Twitch chat. Like, I mean, not Twitch chat, but Twitch interface. Because, jeez. That's what really needs some design. Take this. Color. Actually, I'll just go into this layer and erase. There, that's better. That just looks better. It's one of my reasons why I'm like, do I really want to stream when I'm going against other better streamers? Yeah, streaming is fun, I want to do it, but I'm always distracted. Yeah, you see, streaming is like extremely, it's like kind of therapeutic to me. Because I get to like, because I feel like I don't really get to talk about my game that often. Like, I'll like post about it, or like maybe like tweet about it when I'm done with something, but I don't think that many people will listen to me just ramble about the process. But if I stream, I can kind of just like talk to myself, and like if someone's in my chat, then I can like conversate with them. But I get to like actually like let out some stuff about the development process that I wouldn't have gotten to talk about otherwise. So like every Saturday, it's good to just have like a little powwow, even if it's kind of like with myself. My layout is dog ass too, but if I ever get bigger I don't have any like analytics. Well, I do have analytics. Twitch gives you analytics, but I don't pour over them enough to like know if this is like factual or anything. But I just feel like I don't think like anybody who like watches my stream would recommend my stream to someone else. Or like I don't think the discoverability of my stream is that high too. Cuz like software and game development has like a pretty good amount of streamers. But like the people that watch software and game development usually come for like a specific developer. Like the Twitch streamer Pirate Software. When I watch his streams, like honestly, I feel like really cool dude, really entertaining streamer. He also owns ferrets, so he's like extra cool. But I feel like when I watch his stream, I'm not getting game development. He's really just like talking about like a bunch of different things, and it almost is like his project itself is not the point of discussion. And like, so it's like barely, it's like tangentially about game development. It's almost like just talking. To me. I think I'm the only one who likes to manually color everything. Nah, that's fair. I remember seeing something on Twitter. It was like, when it comes to drawing, do you use the paint bucket, magic wand, or manually fill it in? I use all three. It just depends on what I'm feeling. I like to manually fill stuff in sometimes. Like that's why like earlier you'll see me like scribble in fill instead. It's just kind of fun to scribble it instead of paint bucket tool it. Okay. Okay, so this is like a good. I like this mock-up, man. I'm getting good vibes off this mock-up. Like, let's compare that to like the dialogue menu. So like we got the dialogue menu here. Now, what's interesting is why? Hold on. Not my sister calling me about buying a soap dispenser. So on the fill, yeah, she called me about buying a soap dispenser. That's the third time. That's the third time she's called me in stream. I told you, after 12, I lose my quiet time. After 12, quiet time is over. I'm gonna try something. No, wrong layer. I like that better. I already like that better. Whoops. Okay. So now I'm good with this color. Is the right layer? No. Okay. Do y'all ever want the music to change from lo-fi? Is lo-fi like too much for y'all? Or should I say like on too much? I feel like lo-fi just kind of blends into the background, but still like relaxes. Cause like doing this UI stuff is really fun. I didn't know graphic design felt this good. Yeah, lo-fi is super comfy. I'm also trying to like take cues from Persona 5. Persona 5 has some of the best UI, man. It's just so cool. So my game is probably gonna end up going through like an aesthetic overhaul right now. Cause like doing this is like really nice, and then like I can like use this to plan where I need to place everything, and like getting like cohesive design philosophies. I feel like the key to doing something when you're not experienced with it is to just do it. Is to just do a lot of tinkering. And like you learn things as you stumble upon them. That's kind of how I have been treating everything with this project. And I've learned a lot about programming and a lot about this, that, and those and these. And I've come a long way from like 4 years ago. 3 years ago? 3 years ago. I started in 2021 in April. I got laid off from my job and said, fuck it, I'm making a video game. And that's how I got on this path. UA for the shop and P5 Strikers is really low. Hey, I gotta play P5 Strikers. Cause I said my whole goal was to I'm gonna play P5R and then I will play Strikers. I have all of them in Steelbook sitting right over there on the shelf. Right here. All next to each other. I have original P5 Steelbook, P5R Steelbook, and the P5 Striker Steelbook from Best Buy. Ready to go. And I just have not done it. RPGs are like RPGs are my favorite genre, period. Character actions probably like after that. And I just don't get to play as many as I really want to because they're so long. And then P5 is crazy too because now, like P5R is on Switch now, but I have the game and I don't want to double dip. But if I had the damn game on Switch, then I would actually finish it. It's hard to play a game like only on console when like you're busy all the time and you're almost never able to sit down at home and actually play the shit. Okay. Yeah, that's okay, and now here's a fun part. We get to design the phone. Strikers I haven't even finished yet, but I did enjoy the gameplay. May end up restarting on my PC since I don't remember anything story-wise. Yeah, I love Muso games. And like I especially love Muso games when they're like for another game series and they get the theming really well. And like P5 Strikers feels like it's Persona 5 but an action game. And that's like mwah, magic. Cause I asked for that. I said I wanted a Persona action game. And I basically got it. Okay, so now we are at the part where I get to draw the phone. Maybe I'll design Millie this. Maybe I'll just do... I think I'm in the mood to do more art than programming right now. I think that's my issue. Maybe I should take a break from programming and like really solidify some like artistic aspects of the game. So like, let's say, does Millie's inspo? Yeah. These are the inspirations for her design. So she's gonna. This is actually down here. This is actually a sketch. Yes, sir. That's like the whole thing. So like this drawing right here was the first concept of her. This is the first time I attempted to draw her. So like I wanted her to be like a dragoon character like in Final Fantasy, like Sid, where she can do like dragoon jumps. So she can do like dragoon jumps and stuff like that. And her weapon is a guitar. Spear. A spear guitar. A guitar spear. So my goal is like she's like obviously like Mia a little sexy. She got a little something going on, but like Millie is like the baddie. She the energy. She got the energy. She got the look. That's the goal. Save this. Then I'll close this. Close this too. I don't really need that open. Okay. File, save. So this is what we have so far. I like this. All right. But on that note, I gotta go, y'all. It's getting late. It's time to get food. All that. Definitely need food. Let me see here. I'm gonna set myself back up to be on the other end. Camera, and then we are going to go to screen record. Then I'm going to bring my browser back over. Up here, and then drag. Actually, I'll leave that over there. We didn't really do any programming today, so I'm just gonna close the game. Okay. Yep. We didn't add anything to the project necessarily. It was mostly all concept art. But it's good that we did that. Because I think if I'm going to do HD UI, I need to have a game plan. And I also get to do much more of what I wish with this style this way. Thank y'all so much for tuning in and everything. I really appreciate it. People actually come and listen to my dork ass just talk about something I'm excited about. So that's nice. So let me see here. Pause this. You're streaming right now. Oh, Flip Switch is pausing. Is streaming.
Red Bull.
Man, if you don't get...
I want to raid somebody. I never raid people when I in stream. Copy. I think I'm gonna raid Flip Switch. Flip Switch is a really good developer. He actually just released a platformer called Magnet Jack, which should be... No, the Kickstarter just went up. Excuse me. The Kickstarter just went up. And his game looks really cool. I think he has a Steam page up already. We can go look at that. Don't worry about what I was buying. Magnet Jack. Yeah, here it is. It has a demo and everything.
Yeah, he's making this.
This game looks so cool, dude. Buy Dagger State. I've only heard good things about Dagger State, so I'll buy it and I'll tell you. This game looks so cool, bro. I love games with like really good presentation. Demo on Kickstarter and Steam. Yeah, so that's what he's making. So I'm gonna raid him. I don't even know how long. How long has he been streaming? Like an hour 49. He'll be alive. Let's see. All right. So /raid. Alright guys, y'all be good. I gotta get in the shower and get some food.